learning experience, IPB University pursues to advance both national and international accreditation and certification. Listed as the most prospective contributor of innovation in Indonesia, IPB University has research centers that facilitate research in various fields. By innovating perpetually, we can elaborate a sustainable quality of life. We breed youth entrepreneurs that drive the nation's independence in the future. We are aware of the magnitude of collaboration in fostering innovative mindset to continue growing and developing. IPB University have and will continue to collaborate with diverse partners domestically and globally. IPB University continually contribute at the global level. Immersed in consorts of international research and education development. IPB University is committed to continue to grow, brighten the nation's future through innovation. IPB University, inspiring innovation with integrity.
kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Cek. Suaraku masuk. Suaraku masuk. Suara. Cek, cek. May I have your attention, please? The webinar is about to start. Thank you.
Inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia, dan alam semesta.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, thank you for waiting and welcome to today's webinar, Technological Development Strategy for Agro-Industry Business in Tropical Countries. Okay, today, surprisingly, we are gonna have 5 topics to share, which will be presented by Engineer Josen Mariti Ferasol from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Philippines, and then Dr. Nathaniel Aleboyok from Mariano Marcos State University, Philippines. We have also Mr. Dennis Mark Onibo from University of Nigeria, and Jasper Jirkens, PhD from Ares August School, Dronten, Netherlands. My apologies for mispronouncing. And lastly, we have the representative of the governor of West Java. Okay, each speaker will have the floor for about 30 minutes and we'll conduct a discussion after the end of the session. And if you have questions during the presentation, please write them into the chat panel and then we'll address them during the Q&A session. We suggest you to make sure that your audio is muted to avoid the background noises that may distract you from listening to the webinar. And we kindly inform you as well that the webinar will be recorded and aired for live streaming on YouTube. And by the end of our time today, we hope you get a much clearer understanding of the topic given. Okay, the Honorable Dr. Alim Setiawan Slamet, the Director of Student Affairs and Career Development of IPB University, the Honorable Dr. Daisy Tambayong, the Chair of Senate of College of Vocational Studies of IPB University, the Honorable our international speakers, Engineer Ferasol, Dr. Aleboyog, Mr. Onigbo, and Dr. Hirkens. All participants of the summer course, we have here from IPB University, Brawijaya University, Cookmin University, Mariano Marcos State University, Iloilo Science and Technology University, Ungku Omar Polytechnic, and Talek Agricultural University. And of course, to the distinguished guests and lecturers. My name is Iraris Mayasari, and I'll be responsible for hosting this webinar held by College of Vocational Studies of IPB University. Okay. Now, please join us in having the Chair of Senate of College of Vocational Studies of IPB University, Dr. Daisy Tampayong, to deliver a welcoming speech. Dr. Daisy, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ira. Right. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the international webinar organized by the College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, entitled Technological Development Strategy for Agro-Industry Business and in Tropical Countries. This webinar is part of the summer course program hosted by SV-IPB University. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedules to join us today. I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Alim Setiawan as the Director of Student Affairs, IPB University, Prof. Arif Daryanto as Dean of College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Dr. Bagus and Dr. Wawan as Vice Deans of SV-IPB and Head of the Studies Programs from College of Vocational Studies, IPB University. Also for the speakers, Mr. Yuson Marie Ferasol as an instructor of Iloilo Science and Technology University, Leon Campus, Dr. Nathaniel Alibuyok as Vice President of Research and Extension of Mariano Marcos State University, Mr. Denis Mark Uniukbo, I'm sorry for wrong pronunciation, from University of Nigeria, and Mr. Jasper Hirkens for Research and Extension in Sustainable Poultry Production from Eres Hogeschool, Hogeschool Dronten, Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, agroindustry is an industry that processes agriculture products. As we know, the position of agroindustry is a role and very strategic as a bridge that connecting the agriculture sector on the upstream side and the industrial sector on the downstream side. It has a strategic role in effort to supply basic needs, expand employment and business opportunities, empower domestic production, earn foreign exchange, develop other economic sectors, and improve the economy of rural communities. In an effort to realize the development of a modern era, advanced and efficient in agroindustry, it is very necessary to view agroindustry as an integrated system which consists of various interrelated elements by involving various stakeholders. In the era of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, the agroindustry sector is expected to take a bigger role by utilizing technological advances. As a booster of agriculture sector development, agroindustry is expected to be able to play a role in creating a market for agricultural products through various processed products. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has lasted more than 2 years and has an impact on the creative economy sector and also the food industries. Utilization of appropriate technology has a very strategic role in encouraging the growth and development of innovative activities in the community, including one in the development of agroindustry. It is believed that the pandemic may have accelerated the process of online sales of agriculture's inputs. Investments in agriculture are the best weapons against hunger and poverty, and they may have made life better for billions of people. I hope for the speakers sharing, making this webinar more attractive and more practical or applied oriented. I sincerely wish from this webinar, you will have productive days of interesting and stimulating discussions. Again, before I close, again, I would like to thank all the committees. We couldn't have pulled off this event without the hard work and dedication of all the committees who work tirelessly to make today a reality. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ms. Ira.
Thank you, Dr. Daisy. Nice meeting you here. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while, right?
It's been a while, yes.
Yeah. Thank
Have
you.
a nice day.
To you too, Dr. Daisy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have also, it is an honor for us as well to have Dr. Alim Setiawan Slamet in our schedule today to open this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the Director of Student Affairs and Career Development of IPB University, Dr. Alim Setiawan Slamet.
Honorable Professor Dr. Arif Daryanto, Dean of College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Dr. Bagus Purwanto and Dr. Wawan Oktariza as Vice Dean of College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Dr. Desi Tambayong as Chairman of the Academic Needs College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Mr. Joshan Mary Ferasol from Iloilo Science and Technology University, Leon Campus, Professor Nathaniel Alibuyok from Mariano Marcos State University, Dr. Dennis Mark Onigbo from University of Nigeria, and Dr. Jasper Hirkens from RS Hochschule Thornton. Organizing Committee, Summer Course, College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, University Partners, and all student delegates of Summer Course program around the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you at the third webinar series with the Technological Development Strategy for Agroindustry Business in Tropical Countries. Integrated with Summer Course Program, the third Smart Agroindustry 4.0 in tropical countries, transforming agro-maritime through socio-technopreneur. Welcome to IPB University. As we know, COVID-19 is currently a global pandemic with worldwide magnitude and transversal implication. The agriculture industry stakeholders and consumers have been coming across several challenges such as food scarcity, dramatic price fluctuation of commodities, and difficulties in searching of market for both product buying and selling. Also, communities have faced challenges related to the timely purchase of planting materials and other agro inputs, such as fertilizer and pesticide, loss of income, inadequacy of reliable advices, and uncertainties which have demoralized them with no clear way forward. This blockage created a sudden imbalance of the entire value chains of agriculture industry, affecting almost all stakeholders. Electronic representation of physical entities such as local fairs and mega trading hubs driven by computer intelligence services are believed to be viable solution to overcome most of the above mentioned challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, Alhamdulillah, praise be to God, IPB University made impressive progress in the World University Ranking. IPB University has shown itself as its strong position in global rankings. IPB University has now been ranked 449 in the QS World University Ranking released on early June 2022. IPB University managed to jump 62 levels. IPB University has been ranked 41st in QS World University Ranking by subject on agriculture and forestry 2022, which is the main mandate of IPB University, and IPB University also placed at the top first university in ASEAN for the subject. As one of the oldest educational institutions in Indonesia, IPB University is considered to have a long history of supporting the advancement of the agriculture sector in Indonesia. Not only does it have a role in the agricultural sector, which is its superiority, but IPB also develops the agriculture sector itself, both in creating added value from agricultural product, as well as from agro-industry, which is currently the mainstay of the country's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the agricultural sector plays a major role in the socio-economic development of several countries around the world, including tropical countries. Advances induced by digital innovation have positively impacted this sector and could have a considerable impact by reducing the risk of food insecurity. Applied research have been reported to highlight some of the opportunities that digital transformation can offer in agriculture. Agricultural land management was approached through remote monitoring of agricultural land and mapping of cropland using satellite imageries and machine learning. Experiences on the importance of digital transformation in risk management were discussed in order to analyze the risk in a more informed way and to relate aspects that could not be connected before in the past in a efficient and relevant manner. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude my remark, I encourage you all to use this opportunity to establish a common understanding of the issue at hand, to initiate activities in line with an effective strategy for the implementation of higher vocational education. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Dean of College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, and the organizing committee for their hard work so that this can be a successful event. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of God, Allah SWT, the most gracious, the most merciful, I obviously open the third webinar series in 2022 technological development strategy for agro-industry business in tropical countries. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. Yeah, before we move on, would you mind turning on your camera, please? So we have documentation. Yeah, Miss Ayu, can you give me a hand, please? Miss Ayu, would you help us?
Yeah, ladies.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Ira. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to turn on your camera? We're gonna have a picture together. So please turn on your camera and give your best smiles. Operator, are you ready to have the screenshot? Yeah. Okay. The first slide. 1, 2, 3. Second slide. 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have until the third slide only. Third slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Mrs. Ira, please.
Thank you, Ms. Tonya. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, moving right along, it is now my pleasure to introduce Ms. Heni Rusmiati, the moderator of our main session. She is, yeah, allow me to read her CV first. Yeah, she is a lecturer at College of Vocational Studies of IPB University, and she is also a member of Indonesian Breeding Science Association. She earned her bachelor's degree from University of Muhammadiyah Malang, majoring in agrotechnology, and her master's from IPB University, majoring in plant breeding and biotechnology. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, Miss Hani.
Good afternoon, Miss Ira.
Okay. I believe you are ready enough to lead the next session, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, over to you then.
Thank you, Miss Ira, for the chance. I'm very pleased to see you here. And I'll be moderating these sessions. But first, I would like to know all the participants, where are you from, based on your continent. So please raise hand when I mention your continent. Maybe for the first, I will call American continent. Anyone? No one? Okay, for the next continent, maybe Africa continent. Anyone from Africa? Miss Dennis, Mr. Dennis, okay. Anyone else? Okay, for the next, maybe from the Asian continent. Anyone from Asia? Mr. Natalia, Mr. Nathaniel, Mr. Sumbada. Anyone else? Maybe there are many, maybe about 1,000 from Asia, is it right? No one. Okay, for the next, Europe continent. Anyone from Europe? Mr. Jasper? Okay, our speaker. And the last, from Australia continent. Anyone from Australia continent? Mr. Dennis again. Are you from Australia, Mr. Dennis?
I'm currently studying in Australia.
I see, I got it. So you're both Africa and Australia, is it?
At the moment.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Dennis, for the response. So now I'm greeting you. Good morning and good afternoon. Welcome to our webinar series 2, Summer Course College of Vocational Studies, IPB University. Today, our webinar is about technological development strategy for agro-industry business in tropical countries. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes for all the participants. Today's webinar is being recorded to be available for viewing post-webinar, and each speaker today will have a total of 15 minutes for their presentation. However, we will hold most questions until the end of the sessions, and I will then read questions out loud for the speaker to answer as time permits. And last, if you are not asking a question for the participant, please keep yourself muted during the live webinar. So now we are going to main our agenda. Speaker will be invited to present the material. After that, there will be question and answer sessions, and followed by final statement from each speaker. So let's please welcome our first speaker, Mr. Okay. For our first speaker, there is Engineer Jose Marie T. Feraso, Instructor 1 from Iloilo Science and Technology University, and Science Research Analyst, Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization from 2020 to 2021. Now, maybe I call Miss Josean Mary. Are you there? Are you ready, Miss Mary?
Yes, I'm here. Am I audible?
Could you please up the voice?
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely yes.
It's clear now.
Yes, thank you, Miss Marina. I can hear you. So now the moment I will pass over to you. Please, Miss Mary.
Okay. Okay, so is there someone that will share my screen, or I will be the one to share?
Oh, we will help you then.
Okay. Okay, so So, good afternoon to all the participants and fellow speakers for this webinar. Good day, anyway. We're from around the globe, so good day for everybody. So I am Engineer Josan Marie T. Ferrasol from the Philippines, an instructor at the Iloilo Science and Technology University, Leon Campus. So for this time, I'll be speaking and sharing to you on the topic about the smart agriculture, okay, an introduction to smart greenhouse for your tomato and bell pepper. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so first we have the topic outline for this PowerPoint presentation. We have the significance of smart farming. Next is the definition and difference of smart farming to precision farming, and we can also add the data farming, definition of data farming. And next is the smart greenhouse and the facilities that we can see in a smart greenhouse. Next, please. First, the significance of smart farming. So why should we adopt smart farming? So with the growth in the world population and food consumption also grows rapidly. Okay? So to meet the demand and supply ratio, change in the agriculture pattern is a necessity. So of course, it says here that the as population grows, the food demand also grows. And there is a recent projection which shows that the world is lagging behind accomplishing what we call the goal. So in spite of some advancement. So to cater the needs of the increasing population, the agriculture industry needs to be modernized, become smart. We should adopt smart technologies and, of course, automated technologies. Okay, next slide, please. So what are the problems arising in the demand of food? So we have first problem is the small size of farmland and arable lands. We already lack farming lands and we are more concentrated in low value crops. So our natural resources are being depleted. Farming lands are turning into lands unsuitable for agriculture, which adds to the scarcity of arable land and also the depleting of supply water, no, which later on turn our farmlands into barren lands. So for this problem, we have the solution. We have to increase the productivity of our commodities. Okay. Another problem would be on the presence of natural disasters and environmental pollution, especially here in the Philippines. We always experience typhoon. It's a natural disaster. So crops are vulnerable to flood and drought due to climate change. So collateral damage on agricultural products and environmental pollution due to indiscreet use of agricultural chemicals. So our solution there is to modernize, no, and establish eco-friendly approaches. So of course, the could be solution here would be your greenhouse. Okay, next problem is the poverty on most of our agricultural workers, no, due to of small-sized farm focused on individual production and low market accessibility. Also, low income compared to urban areas and scarcity in labor or farm workers. So the solution here is to, of course, we should sell, no? We should go to high value crops, okay, to increase the income of also of our farmers. Oops. My okay. So the overall solutions here, if you have here the solutions to increase the productivity, to modernize and use eco-friendly approaches and high-value commodities, the suggestion is for us to adopt, possibly adopt smart farming technology, right? Because we are, of course, we are already in the steps, or we have to already embrace the revolution in agriculture, or what we say now, the agriculture 4.0, which is a green, smart revolution with technology at its very core. Okay, so actually there are still some more problems, no, which was not mentioned here. Like for example, the urbanization, no, which causes a change on people's or a person's food habit. That's also a problem. We have to meet the demand of the people. So next slide, please. Okay. Oh, so why do we need first smart agriculture? So, well, as we all know, traditional agriculture, okay, is manual labor, which produces low productivity. No? So we have to transform that into a more sustainable, intelligent, efficient, and eco-friendly agriculture with the use of technologies. So we have to introduce smart agriculture. Okay, so some of the terminologies here, we have smart farming, which focuses on the implementation of data and information technologies to utilize human labor more effectively and enhance crop quality and quantity. So on smart farming, of course, the focus is accessing the data. We have to gather the data and apply those data to uh, optimize a complex system towards increasing the quality standard and yield of the produce. along with reducing human labor. Okay, so the goal is to increase the quality and quantity of the products while optimizing human labor production, or more simply, producing more food. uh, To put it simply in words, producing more food with less investment and the same amount of land. So next we have is the precision farming. So difference of precision farming to your smart farming, of course, it involves uh, highly controlled, accurate, and optimized agricultural production. So it facilitates more efficient resource utilization, better yield, and reduce environmental impact all at the same time. So an ideal example of what we call precision farming is is focused on agrochemical application with AI aided analysis, targeting like only areas that need attention instead of the overall application in your, for example, in your farm or in your greenhouse. So let the critical point here is only optimization. No? So when the goal of farming is optimization, accuracy, field or crop with the help of different technologies, it falls under the label of precision farming, what we call the precision farming. Okay, so next definition we have is the digital farming. Next, please. Okay, so the essence of digital farming lies in creating value from your data. So digital farming means to go beyond the presence and availability of data to develop your actionable intelligence and meaningful added value from such data. So digital agriculture is actually integrating both concepts, precision farming and smart farming. So when we combine smart farming and precision farming, they are both approaches to digital farming. Okay. Slide, please. Okay. So we have here the diagram of your the difference. Smart farming, you have precision farming, they are different. And then you have the line here which separates that it says here that data collection is applicable in smart farming and precision farming. Therefore, that is why the combination of smart farming and precision farming is your digital farming. Okay. So the line separates here the use of ICT equipments in your smart farming and precision farming, like your sensors, your automated uh, irrigation systems or your drip irrigation automated, uh, and of course the use of data naman, data for digital farming. So that's of how the smart farming, precision farming, and digital farming intercorrelates together. So of course, smart farming, have tremendous benefits if we use smart farming. First, you have your water conservation. Okay, you conserve the water because we control. We are already using technologies which we can control the amount of water that is being fed to your plants, including the fertilizers and pesticides that we mix. So we also optimize the use of fertilizers and could result to a more toxin-free and nutrient-rich soil or media for your that you will grow. So another increase, it could increase crop production efficiency, reduce operational costs. You know. So those are the advantages or the benefit of smart agriculture. Next slide, please. So we have here the different levels of your smart agriculture. So first here we have the low-tech smart farm or smart agriculture, which we are using a single unit, and the operations are manual. Okay, the operations are manual, although we use some fertigation, drip irrigation, but the overall operation is manually operated. Next level is the, excuse me, is the medium tech smart farm, which although it's still in single unit, but it is semi-automatic. We be using fertigation systems, automated fertigation systems. And of course, you have the high-tech level of technology or high-tech smart farm, which have linked multi-units, different number of units. There are number of units, and every automatic, from controlling the shade for your, for example, for tomato and bell pepper, we control the sunlight. Okay, so we have control for shading, and then the temperature is also monitored, and the nutrients, okay, is also calculated. So that's for the levels of the technology in your smart farm. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we go to the smart greenhouse. So of course, first we have to know what is a greenhouse. So a greenhouse, of course, is a structure that provides a reliable enclosure within which an environment favorable to plant growth can be attained, because of course we control the temperature inside. You use fans for the tropical countries. Of course, we use nets for its walls. For countries with snow, then they use plastic or vinyls as their walls. So a greenhouse, of course, provides a controlled environment, right, to the vegetation needs that are cultivated inside. So for this example, for our example is the tomato and the bell pepper. So traditionally, microclimate and agronomic parameters have been recorded in a rather manual and inconsistent manner. So there's a limit to what we can be measured, and farming practices are executed on a predefined speculation-based schedule. So on the other hand, weather changes throughout the day, and of course, invisible conditions like open doors or early stage infection constantly influence your greenhouse, and environment, and damage the crops. Okay, so next slide, please. So, of course, manual labor in your greenhouse is very drudgerous to everybody, even. So we have to introduce smart greenhouse. Okay, so greenhouse is a definition. It creates a self-regulating microclimate suitable for plant growth through the use of your sensors, actuators, your monitoring and control systems that optimize growth conditions and automate the growing process of your commodities. Okay, next slide, please. So we have here the typical design of a smart greenhouse. Currently, I am having my training on a smart greenhouse established by the Philippine government here in the Philippines. specifically in our province here in Iloilo, currently having the training. So I have like some knowledge about the smart greenhouse. Okay, so we have here, of course, you have your greenhouse, no, the design of your greenhouse. For the Philippines, you have to design your greenhouse um, for the climate here in the Philippines. That is why in here we use net as the walls for to allow air circulation inside, so the heat won't be trapped. Although we use also fans, but it's better to use net. Okay? So we have here uh, your growing media, your media, number 7 here. We have moisture sensor, then also the temperature sensors for the temperature inside your greenhouse. We also have the outside for the wind direction and velocity sensor. Okay. Of course, rain sensor, sunlight sensor, and also it says here curtains, but in our greenhouse here we call it shading, the shade for your plants, okay, which is also automated in controlling. And we also have your irrigation system and controller, okay, and of course the PC for the um, so we can data for a certain period in your greenhouse. This is your typical design of a greenhouse system that we can build, smart greenhouse system. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, okay. So this is the example of the smart greenhouse in the Philippines, which was collaborated by the Korean government and the Philippine government. It just started last December 2021. Of course, currently we, the trainees here, we do everything from planting to monitoring, okay, to observing what would be the problem and etc. in the greenhouse. Okay, next slide, please. So there are basically two structures that were built by the government. We have the interlock system wherein everything, the uh, irrigation controllers, the main controller is located here inside. And we also have the single unit, which also have controller inside. And the single unit is used for your tomatoes only, cherry tomatoes. For the interlock, we have two commodities there. The cherry tomatoes, the yellow, the orange, and the red cherry tomatoes. And we have the paprika or the bell pepper, the yellow pepper and the red bell pepper. We're still on the stage wherein we still grow the plants, so we still haven't harvested yet. Okay, so that's for the structure of your smart greenhouse. Slide, please. Okay, so these are the facilities that we can see inside the greenhouse. We can observe inside the greenhouse. You have first here the fertigation system, wherein the mixing of the nutrients is done. Okay, you have three pipes here. That's for your solution A, solution B, and of course, we add some acid to level the pH for your plants. We also have the nutrient controller. It is actually it controls the irrigation time of the plants. It has actually like eight times. It irrigates 8 times per day for 2 minutes. For 2 minutes, it will irrigate. Then an interval of like 45 minutes. Then again, irrigate. That's from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. We automatically irrigate the tomatoes and paprikas present in the greenhouse. So that's for your nutrient controller. Okay, so beside here of the controller is the tank wherein the nutrients are mixed together with the water and the acid to balance the pH. So these are the tanks for the nutrient solutions. Okay, we have solution A and solution B, and of course the acid for the last tank. Okay. We also have the PC program, but for now the PC is not yet opened because there are some still problems with the electricity line for the gathering of data, and so some data are not yet monitored in the PC. But in the long run, maybe it will start to operate already. So we have the main controller for the interlock unit. Okay, so it controls the shading, the opening of ventilation above, and the fans, the circulation fans, and also the windows beside. It also opens and closes automatically. So that's for the controller. We also have this is the shading unit. It's automated. So you just press a button, then the shade will move, okay, depending on the time of the day, if you will open the shade or you will close it to regulate the amount of sunlight. Although they are solanaceous plant and paprika. So we also have here the temperature sensors. No? It it projects the temperature inside and also outside of the greenhouse. So it also have sensors. Then the drip irrigation unit. Okay, we have here the emitters, the small one, and the pins where the nutrient comes out going to the commodities or the plant. And also you have the growing media. The medium used here is coco peat. We use coco peat as the medium. Okay. And also we have circulation fans, of course, to maintain the temperature or humidity inside or the air inside of the greenhouse. We also have circulation fans. Next slide, please. So for the commodities used in the smart greenhouse established here, we have the tomatoes, the cherry tomatoes. Actually, these are the example I put is the orange cherry tomato, and the bell pepper. We have the yellow and the red bell pepper. So we chose the government. I mean, chose and bell pepper because they're both solanaceous plants, and they require the same amount of nutrients, the same amount of sunlight, so it will be more easier to for the also for the laborers, no, na less monitoring, of course, because they use the same nutrient or nutrient solution. So that is the sample commodities I've taken picture of during my training. Actually, the training is still ongoing. It's a 6 months long training. We still have we are 1 month. We have 1 month training done. 5 months to go before we will see how the smart greenhouse will actually will it be really successful or but I believe it will be very successful because it's very easy to operate. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, so here the current status, we still have yet to harvest, and we also have encountered some problems, although manageable. But actually, we have constructed another greenhouse together with the other trainees. We've constructed a greenhouse, but it's not really automated because it's not connected with the units that were done by the Koreans. So we constructed a greenhouse. We use the nets. It's for the nursery of the plants for us to grow or to sow the seeds. We sow the seeds there so that it will be separate from the main greenhouse system. So that's me spraying spraying and also controlling the and of course monitoring the drip irrigation system and the of course the growth of the commodities. So next slide, please. Okay, so that ends my presentation in smart agriculture, an introduction to smart greenhouse system for your tomato and bell pepper. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Mary, for the great presentation. From your explanation, we have got so many knowledge about smart farming, especially they're kind of divided three level, yeah, kind of technology from the medium to high level of technology. And I have been know how smart greenhouse in Philippines that quite very interesting to see. I hope so we can come to Philippines maybe one day to come to see your smart greenhouse there.
Yes, maybe one day. And if
Maybe.
the school can also, if we can also put up our own greenhouse, then you can visit the school maybe someday. Not
Yes.
not this time, but maybe.
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay. I hope so. Okay, thank you, Miss Mary. Maybe we're going to the second speaker. For the second speaker, I would like to call. Wait. From the operator, the CV, the curriculum vitae. For the participant who have a question for Miss Mary, maybe can hold first. At the end of our session, we can have session for question and answer. For the second speaker, I would like to call Dr. Nathaniel R. Alibuyo, Professor, Vice President, Research and Extensions, MMSU. He completed Doctor of Philosophy, Agriculture, Engineering at 2007, University of Philippines, Los Banos. Now he has been working for experience as professor in Mariano Marcos State University, and from 2019. Maybe I would like to call Dr. Nathaniel. Are you ready, Dr. Nathaniel?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now I offer to you. The time is yours, Mr. Daniel.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to share my PowerPoint with you. So I hope you could see now.
Yes, we can see clearly, Mr.
Okay, so once again, good morning and good afternoon to everyone. Okay, so my topic this afternoon is improving the package of technologies for tomato using the DSAT model. So I hope this also give some insight to our participants listening here. I saw around 90 plus, okay, and I hope this would really transform our agriculture sector. Okay, so I'll just give you a very brief background on what is crop simulation model. So we know that agricultural production is a very complex system that includes many interactions between the biotic and abiotic factors. When we say biotic factors, these are the non-living factors which include our weather, climate, the soil properties, even the crop management, okay, which may include the crop itself, the different variety, the planting date, including the spacing, how you're going to plant, as well as the management practices that may include your irrigation and fertilizer management. And we say biotic factors, these are the living things, or this may include yung pests and diseases, weeds, and even the soil fauna. So it's really a complex systems, and therefore we need some tools to better understand the agricultural system. And one of the most common tools that is being used to understand the plants is using the crop simulation models, or in short, we call it the CSM. So crop simulation models integrate the current state of the art's scientific knowledge, including the crop physiology, plant breeding, the agronomy, agrometeorology, soil physics, soil chemistry, soil fertility, plant pathology, entomology, economics, and many more. Okay, so with this model, we could better understand what is really happening within the plants. Okay, so how are the different factors affect the growth and yield of a particular crop. Okay, so we do this using what we call a model, which is simply a schematic representations of the conceptions of a system that mimic, okay, how the plant will grow by using a set of equations that represents the behavior of the system. So its primary purpose is to aid in explaining, understanding, as well as improving the performance of the system. Okay, so basically, crop simulation models requires an input. Okay, these include your field as well as soil characteristics. You have also your weather. It is a daily weather data. Then you need also the cultivar characteristics, which is the genetic characteristics of your crop, as well as the management factors, okay, which you could actually control. And after developing the model, you need to calibrate it using a local variety. Then after calibrating, then you may use to evaluate a set of independent data sets. And after that, you can do scenario analysis by asking what if, okay? In that case, you will be able to answer different questions that you have in mind. Okay, so some of the applications of crop simulation models includes it could be used to diagnose problems. For instance, we could use the models to explain some yield gap. Okay, we can also use CSM for precision agricultures, including diagnostic of the different factors that may affect the yield variability, as well as the spatial variable management. We can also look at how irrigation management, soil fertility management affect the growth and yield of the crop, its performance. And this also being used for plant breeding, especially when you are looking into genotype as interact to the environment. Also, it could be used for yield predictions. It could be used to develop adaptive management, as well as how you're going to use it to simulate climate. Okay, you could do forecasting. Okay, and even understanding how climate change and variability would affect likely the growth and performance of a particular crop. So there are a lot of possibilities when you have a model. Okay, so in this afternoon, I would like to share you the result of one of my project that I conducted with the Department of Science and Technology. This is the development of cropping management for tomato. Okay, so we use this model to develop, okay, further develop actually existing technologies that we have for tomato. So specifically, it is used to, we want to determine the phenological characteristics of 3 tomato cultivars grown under climatic conditions, which is within our area. Then after that, calibrate the genetic coefficients of the 3 tomato cultivars that are widely grown within our locality. And after that, we would like to develop location-specific crop management technology for tomato using the calibrated growth model. So I hope by illustrating this case study, so our listeners will be able to learn something how to do or perform crop simulation models. Okay, so this is the operational framework. Okay, so basically a crop simulation models, or in particular, we use here the VSAT tomato crop model. So it involves the weather. So there are at least 2 weather parameters that you need. That is your daily rainfall, and the daily minimum and maximum air temperatures. Sometimes if it is available, then you could also include the solar radiation, which is also an important factor to determine the growth of a crop. Then we have also the soil properties. Okay. Then of course the variety of the crop that you would like to simulate, and the cropping management that you would like to employ into a particular area or your field. So our field yield is actually the model itself. It could be performed within the computer. Okay, but before you could do that, we need to calibrate the models, and therefore it is very important also to establish a field experiment. So in our case, we establish a field experiment, okay, wherein we try to gather the different parameters, the growth parameters, the yield of the particular of a crop, which we use to calibrate the model, okay, by adjusting the genetic coefficients of the 3 cultivars that we use. Then once we are able to calibrate that, then we could now use to develop package of technologies, okay, by answering the what if scenario, and we could also use the model to develop farm advisories to our farmers. So these are some of the results. Okay, so in order to establish the phenological characteristics of the 3 cultivars, we establish an experimental setup in a RCBD factorial experiment, okay, with the 3 varieties. These are the 3 mostly grown in our locality: the Rosana, the Diamante Max, and the Locust Reds. And we have the treatment. We have 4 levels of fertilizer application or management. T1 is for the control or no fertilizer were applied. T2 is the use of organic fertilizer. And T3 is using, of course, 1 recommendation. So this is actually a company recommendations. And the other one is, we call it the PCARD recommendation. So it's actually our Philippine recommend for tomato. Okay. Then we try to gather the different phenological stages, okay, of the 3 cultivars. So you could see here the results. So mostly, as expected, the 3 cultivars have differences, and this could be driven actually by the phenological characteristics of the 3 cultivars. So we know that these 3 cultivars differs in their genetic coefficients, and therefore we expect some differences in terms of how the flower, in terms of their fruiting stage, maturity, among others. Okay. So in terms of the plant height, we could see here that some of the cultivars, okay, outperform the others. For instance, Diamante Max has higher plant height compared to the other cultivars, but in terms of their number of leaves, then the other cultivars, Ilocos Red, for instance, has higher number of leaves compared with that of Diamante Max. Okay. And even in terms of the number of flowers, okay, so we could see here that Diamante Max has very low in terms of the number of flowers initiated. But if you're going to look at the number of yield or number of fruits, okay, then it has the highest. So it's really indicate the differences of this. While you have lower number of flower initiations, you have higher fruit settings for this Diamante Max. Okay, so it's indications of the genetic makeup differences of these three cultivars. But we could also look at into the plant biomass. Okay, again, if you're going to look at how the crops differs, then you could look at how the vary in terms of the plant biomass in order for us to understand where does the nutrients go. So what is being facilitated by the nutrients that is being taken up by the crops. Okay, as you could see here in Diamante Max, most probably is deposited in the fruits. That's the reason why the fruits of Diamante Max has higher density compared with the other crops. Okay. Then in terms of yield, you could see here that Diamante Max also has the higher yield compared to the others. Again, this could be explained by the density itself, the biomass itself of the crop. Okay, take note, Diamante Max, most of the higher density is going to, or the plant biomass is higher in terms of the fruitings, in terms of fruits. Okay, so that contributes to the higher yield probably. Then we could also compare how does the different fertilizer treatment affects the yield of the crop. So you could better understand that using the model or using the experimental data. Okay, so we have here. Now, of course, those data that I presented earlier, those are the data that were collected under field conditions. Those are from the experiment. Now we're going to make use of those data now to parameterize and calibrate the DSAT model such that we will be able to mimic, okay, the growth as well as the yield of these three cultivars. So in here, we use those phenology and yield data to adjust the genetic coefficients of the DSAT model, okay, or the tomato itself, okay, the crop, okay, the default crop. Okay, so we use that until the observed and the simulated yield as well as the growth of the three cultivars will not vary, okay, or it is insignificant, okay, and that's the time that we could declare that we have already calibrated the model, and after that we'll be able to do all of this what if analysis or the scenario analysis in particular. Okay, so these are just the calibrated coefficients. So we may not, there are different parameters that were calibrated using those data. Of course, these are, this could be adjusted automatically using a the glue model, which is embedded already with the DSAT model. Okay, so now when we compare after the calibrations, we try to compare the observed as well as the simulated yield. Then, as expected, we should have no significant differences because we try to adjust the genetic coefficients such that the model will be able to mimic the growth and yield of the crop, okay, under field conditions. Okay, so we have here. So this just simply say that we were able to calibrate model. So of course, there are other parameters that we also look at in terms of the phenology, but this in my presentations, these are not included. Okay. So now, since we were able to calibrate already, so we are now competent to use the model. So we try to understand, we use the model to understand what is really happening in the crop. Okay, so we try to simulate the leaf area index of Diamante Max under varying fertilizer management. So using the different fertilizer management, then we could see here under the control, take note, control has no fertilizer, so the leaf area index is very low as expected. But when you have this T4, which has high N applications, I think it's around 200 kilogram per hectare, then you could see here that it has the highest. Also for the vermicompost, which the organic fertilizers, it's also somehow very high. Okay. Now we look at also the nitrogen stresses that is happening into the crop. So we could see here that there are actually stresses that is happening, okay, or the crop encountered. So these stresses will always yield to decrease in the yield, because once the crop is stressed with nitrogen, then it affects the growth as well as the yield of the crop. So for the control, as expected, again, we do not apply fertilizer, so we expect a lot of stresses. Now for T4, which is the highest, then we could see here still there are some stresses, but not that much. Okay, so again, by looking into these stresses, then these are possibilities of improving the management practices of when to apply the fertilizer and how much to apply with the fertilizer. Okay, because you could time in that during this stress, you should apply fertilizer by a certain amount. Okay, so it's just simply show you the window wherein you could improve the management practices of applying the fertilizer. Now, we also look at in terms of the water stress. Okay, so in terms of how you manage your irrigation. So in here, in our experiment, we applied 4 times application of fertilizer using paro irrigation. So you could see here that during the later stage, we expect a lot of stresses. Again, these stresses are showing though for us to improve the package of technology for tomato by improving our irrigation management. And by doing that, we'll be able to increase probably the yield of the crop. So to do that, we use the calibrated model now to adjust the fertilizer management as well as the irrigation management. So for instance, we try to modify the irrigation scheme. We try to increase the frequency of applying the irrigations. Okay, so now we were able to improve a little bit in terms of the leaf area index of some of this. Okay, so now try to observe T3, NFC, and this one is auto irrigation, meaning we applied an auto irrigation method. So we try to compare the blue and the dark. So blue is here, but when you have auto irrigations, then it is higher. So by simply improving the irrigation management, we're able to increase the leaf area index, and probably consequently it will increase also the yield. And that is also true for the T4. Okay, when we applied autocorrelations, again, it still we're able to improve the leaf area index, or in other words, the growth of the crop. Now, we also try to look at the irrigation scheme. Okay, so where are now the stresses periods? So we could see here that the stress now is at the later part of the crop. Okay, of course, we do not need to address these stresses in terms of the water here, because we want the crop to really mature now, because we want to harvest already. So we are just avoiding the stresses during the early stage with this. Okay. Now for
Dr. Nathaniel, pardon me, please. We have 1 minute more, maybe 2 minutes more for
yes,
the
yes.
conclusion. Yes.
I'm about to finish already. So
Okay.
in terms of the and fertilizer, so again, we also look at some stresses, but if you're going to adjust that, then you could also remove those. Now we can also compare now the performance when you have this. We were able to improve the irrigation. So by using the improved, then you expected that the yield improved that much. Okay, actually 3 times higher than the conventional. So I will skip this, some economic analysis of improving that. So in conclusion, so we could see here that using the DSAT model, we could further improve understand the growth and yield of the crop. And with that, we'll be able to improve the package of technologies, and we'll be able to reduce some stresses period on the crop. Okay, so I think these are just very specific recommendations, but for the audience, so by using the model, then you will be able to hasten the development of the package of technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nathaniel, for the good presentation. You have shown us how the research, as we know, our climate change has been become worse day by day, and you show us your research that maybe can give new insight for us, how to manage our cultivation in farming, something like that. Maybe we can go to the next. I'm sorry, still hear my voice? Do you still hear? Okay. Okay, now we are going to the third speaker. Please, operator, to show us the curriculum vitae. Okay, thank you. For the next speaker, I will call Mr. Dennis Mark Onigbo from University of Nigeria. He has PhD Economic and Graduate Certificate in Research, University of Tasmania, Australia. Has Master of Science in Agricultural Economic, Bogor Agricultural University. Oh, you are from our institution, Mr. Dennis. He has work experience as junior reviewer, Agrimore in Indonesia from 2020 till now, and casual academic staff, University of Tasmania, Australia, and as lecturer, University of Negeri Ansukah. Okay, now I would like to call Mr. Dennis to present your presentation. Are you ready, Mr. Dennis?
Yep.
Okay, time is yours, Mr. Dennis.
All right. Do I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you all see my screen? Good.
Yes, we can see.
Yep, excellent. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction, Henny. And I want to really appreciate the organizers of this program for inviting me to make this presentation today. As I have said, my name is Dennis Onigbo from University of Nigeria. I'm a lecturer there, and I'm currently doing my studies in Australia. I also studied at IPB for my master's, and I'm glad to be here again. And I appreciate all my friends who are in this meeting. So the title of my presentation today is Africa and Smart Agro Industry. I am coming from the economic aspect of this discussion, and for me to be able to motivate students and people who will be interested in developing economically models, systems that can improve agricultural development in Africa. So what I'm going to show you today will be the opportunities that are available in Africa, and then use the little time to also share with you where Africa is and the kind of crops that can be grown there. So I have seen a guy here, Professor Bernard. I want to really appreciate him. He was my supervisor, and Haryanto, and every other staff here of IPB. I really appreciate you for the support you have given me. Due to time, I will not be able to mention everyone. So my presentation today, I've outlined it in this way. As a teacher, we want to make sure that we carry everyone along, because I'm expecting that there will be students in this presentation, and I know there are lecturers as well in this place. So the how to balance, you might already know what I'm going to talk about. I hope that one or two persons will be able to still get something new from it. So we're going to discuss what a tropical area is and what does it mean to be in the tropics. And then I'm going to also look at what agro-industry are, then the opportunities in Africa. Then from there, we'll look at the current state of agro-industry in Africa. I will now talk a little about social technopreneurship and the supports available. Now, this is the tropical countries. Looking at the map of the world, we'll see that these areas that are just around the equator, demarcated by the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. So for those who are geography students, they will be already used to seeing this all the time. But there's something important in what I'm about to show you. You will discover that majority of the countries here are from Africa. You see, Africa is sitting down there around the center. Indonesia is there, and countries in North America, Australia, part of Australia. So what is it about the tropics? So from the map, we'll see that these are regions that are surrounding the equator. Okay, and they can be defined by the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. So we can also say that the tropics are areas which are subsolar. What does it mean? It means that these are areas where we expect sunlight to be directly overhead at least once in a solar year. So when you look at the tropical, we're talking more about the weather. So there's difference between the tropics and the tropical. When you say tropical, we're now concerned about the weather. So for the tropical areas, we are thinking about places where we expect to be hotter or wetter compared to every other part of the world. So in the tropics, interestingly, we occupy about 40% of the Earth's surface and 36% of the Earth land mass. And we have 40% of the world population. So this is a really huge figure when you look at agriculture and the potential for agriculture. 46% of the Earth's surface is almost half of the Earth in Africa, in the tropics. And the seasons are mostly dry and wet. So you must have at least a month or two of rain. Okay, so the rain we expect about 66 millimeters or about 2.4 inch, according to the Köppen climate classification. So areas around the tropics are known for their wide biodiversity. So having a mixture of the sunlight or the hot weather and then the wet weather, you expect more of different life to survive over there. So, which means there is huge potential for agriculture and for agricultural mechanization. So what are the type of crops you expect to see in countries in Africa? So you look at the tubers, cassava, potato. I've seen cassava as well at Indonesia. So probably, I know that Indonesians eat that, but Nigeria still remains so far the top producer of cassava in the world, and also the top consumers in the world. And we can see trees like the banana trees, the papaya, the cacao. Some of the fruits, we can see the cashew. We also have the palm trees as well. The cashew nut I've also seen, but these are a favorite fruits and can be used for different purposes in Africa. There are so many other types of tropical crops in Africa. So just to give you a mental picture of them, the giant water lily, the coconut trees, the ferns, the orchids, the dragon fruits, bed of paradise, flowers, the bamboo. I've also seen that in my stay in Indonesia, the jackfruits, the rubber tree, the coffee, the stone fruits such as mango, peaches, plums, avocado. That's one of my favorites. And the citrus fruits, oranges, lemons, mandarins, dragon fruit. Yeah. So now we want to understand the agro industry in our context. For the purpose of students who have not gone deep into this, I'm sure there will be students. So these are the sectors of the economy that involves the processing of the materials from the primary agricultural or animal production, forestry, or fishery. And from the first and second presentation, you will see that there's technology involved in what is going on. So this can include the transformation and preservation through physical or chemical alteration. Storage, you can see in the design by the engineer Josen. Packaging, distribution. So what's all this technology for? So that they can help us in the transformation and preservation of these processes. So agricultural mechanization and agribusiness are the big components of agro-industrial development. Now, Africa. When you look at the map of Africa, you will see about 54 sovereign countries. So Africa has a very large opportunity for agro-industry. As you can see, Africa is majorly a tropical region from the map. So second largest and second most populous continent after Asia. So with about 6% of the Earth's surface and 20% of the Earth's land mass. So you remember that the Earth land mass is about 36% in the tropics. The tropics occupy about 36% of the Earth land mass. 20% of it is Africa. So this is really huge land mass. And in Africa, you can find the youngest population in the world, which is about 20 years against the 30 years in the world. And 60% of the world arable land is in Africa, 60%. So this is more than half of the world arable land. You will find it in Africa. So what do you expect? Huge opportunity for agricultural development in Africa. And agriculture accounts for over 14% of the GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. So what is the current state of agro-industry in Africa? From what I have discussed before, we see a huge potential for agro-industrial development. So, but however, this does not translate to high or huge agricultural production, even though we have a large land availability and favorable climates. Up to today, we still have huge import of agricultural and food products. So the large population, but low production. So you discover a huge market for those in economics. So what is hindering this large production? We'll talk about inadequate mechanism for commercialization and processing. So if you're looking for opportunity, look at areas in commercialization and processing in Africa. There is huge potential. And you discover that because of the inadequate mechanism for commercialization and processing, there is a lot of post-harvest losses, about 35 to 50% post-harvest loss for perishable commodities, such as fruits and vegetables, about 15 to 25 for grains. So it's like saying you have $100 and you're losing about 35 to 50% of it. That's a lot of money lost. So there is huge potential for agro-industrial development in Africa. Taking Nigeria into perspective, Nigeria is coming up with a lot of programs and strategies for agricultural development, which has contributed about 22%. Agriculture have contributed about 22% to the GDP as at the first quarter of 2020. And the agricultural sector is still the largest employer of labor in Africa, in Nigeria. And look at the land that is used in hectare. We'll see that Nigerian tractor density is still very low. It's still very low. We are still at 0.27 HP per hectare, while the FAO recommendation is about 1.5 HP per hectare. Okay. Agricultural budgeting is still at 1.8% in Nigeria. The recommendation is still about 10%. So you see a huge gap here as well. In Nigeria, agricultural trade deficits, this is what I was talking about, import-export. Trade deficit is still very wide. Okay, so this is about 689.7 billion in 2019, compared to 549.3 in 2018. So when we look at the cumulative, Nigeria's cumulative agricultural imports, is to stand around 3.35 trillion, which is about 4 times higher than agricultural exports of 803 billion within the same period. So imagine our 3.3 trillion is spent on agricultural imports. When you look at the food, Nigeria spends about 22.8 trillion on food items in 2019. This is representing more than half, like 56.7% of the total household expenditure of 40.2. So people are spending money on food. So there is huge potential for production, agricultural food production. This will help to cut down prices. This will help to reduce imports. This will help to grow the GDP. There is land available, huge land available for it. So now that we have seen the opportunities available in Africa and the state of agro-industry in Africa, what is a solution that makes sense to us? The social technopreneurship is an approach that can really help students and staff or individuals who are pro-agriculture, pro-community, to develop ideas that can favor agricultural development. So the social technopreneurship through technology serving a social cause is what is called the social technopreneurship. So you see entrepreneurship that is using technology to serve a social cause. Like the design we saw in the first presentation, this is where technology, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, they come in to enhance food production. To enhance food production. This is what we are looking at. So the earlier presentations have really helped to emphasize the fact or the need for this workshop, this kind of seminar. Okay, so, and we know that technology is very important for agricultural productivity in Africa, especially it being smart and sustainable as well. So even though we want to make production, we want to also ensure that it's sustainable economically, environmentally, and socially. Yeah, in Africa, there are efforts online to help grow agriculture, especially by the Agricultural Development Bank. So the Agriculture and Agro-Industry Department of the Agricultural Development Bank has included the agro-industrial development within its operational priorities. And they have started including more market value chain approach in the design of new operations. Other efforts by the Agri-DevCo, the AG-DevCo, for those who want to look it up, these are primarily focusing on raising debts and equity for commercial investments. They also provide technical assistance through their specialized team. So for people who are looking at investing or looking for opportunities in Africa, these are available. And the Agricultural Development Bank is really doing as much as they can for agricultural development in Africa. You see, these are different grants provided for agricultural development, of which people, you can form research groups, you can, with friends, look up these things online and see if there are ones that you can collaborate with. Collaboration is key to development. So for those who would like to see the link for these supports are available on the screen here. So very important, in the introduction, a friend mentioned this African proverb. He said, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you work together. So let us work together. Let us see the technologies from different countries. Let us work together with Africans as well, so that we can build this course for agricultural development and progress in the tropical areas. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Terima kasih, Mr. Dennis.
Yep.
Thank you for the great presentation. Mr. Dennis has asked our suggestion, or maybe from any participant or speaker have any idea to collaborate with collaborate in Africa to enhance their production, food production especially, and maybe any idea support or any idea to share in this webinar, maybe something like that, Mr. Dennis. Okay, now maybe we are going to the next speaker, Mr. Jasper Hirkens. And maybe before we go into the next speaker, I would like to remember for all the participants who want to ask question, maybe you may type in the chat Zoom in future in the Zoom. So next, maybe I will read it out loud after the session's presentation. For the next, Mr. Jasper, are you ready, Mr. Jasper? Mr. Jasper Hirkens, PhD, is Research and Extension in Sustainable Poultry Production at Hock School, Dornton. Please, next. Okay. He has doctorate in veterinary science, Ghent University, Belgium, 2016, and have work experience as member of JOGDA, Council for Annual Affairs 2018 till now, and researchers and lecturer at Hock School, Dornton from 2017 until now, and farm specialist and marketing manager, Janssen Poultry Equipment, Bernevel from 2016 to 2017. I'm sorry if I have wrong pronunciation, Mr. Jasper. And now I would like to give your time. The time is yours, Mr. Jasper.
Thank you, Annie, for this very kind introduction. I will share my screen now. Let's see where it is. Share. Do you now see my presentation full screen? Yes.
Yes, Jasper.
Okay, great. So hi, again, my name is Dr. Jasper Herkens, and I'm a lecturer and researcher at the Eres University of Applied Sciences. So that's the University of Applied Sciences is the same as Hogeschool. With a specialty in sustainable poultry production. Yes, I would like to start with thanking you for the invitation to speak to you all today. It came through my colleague, Dr. Daan Westerik, who has done already a couple of projects together with you at the IPB. So it's nice to see that we can keep our warm relationship continuing. And today I will talk to you about cage-free egg production as sort of a new introduction of this new agrotechnology in Asia, or in this case also in Indonesia. But I will give you mainly an introduction of what cage-free housing is, where it comes from, the basic principles, and then I will show you some of the technologies that are used in there. And I would like to finish with a nice example of a project that I'm closely involved in Indonesia with the introduction of cage-free housing training centers. But to start off with, over the last decade or decades already, there's a growing awareness in livestock welfare. So how do the animals do in their living? And this awareness is not only expressed by the animal welfare NGOs, but also by a more broader public audience, or consumers. And to answer to this awareness, many food and hospitality companies all over the world have committed to supplying and serving animal products coming from animals kept under improved conditions, conditions that better respect the animal's welfare and the well-being of the animal. And there have been quite a few multinational companies like Marriott, Unilever, Accor, Ahold, which is like the owner of Super Indo. And those multinational companies, they have committed to serve more animal welfare friendly products all over the world. So in all the countries where they have their shops, companies, stores, or whatsoever. So this also means in Indonesia. Also, more local organizations in food supply in Asia are committing to supplying animal products with higher welfare standards. And one of the most striking examples of animal products derived from animals with improved animal welfare is eggs that are being laid by hens that live in cage-free housing systems rather than in the barren conventional cages, or cages we often tend to call the battery cages. So because more and more companies are committing to those cage-free egg supply. Yeah.
Slide is not changed.
No, that wasn't meant to change yet. Yeah. So consequently, there's an increasing demand for a steady supply of the cage-free eggs. So now it's only a niche market, but yeah, there will be a steady supply needed because of the increasing demand. This increasing demand is at the moment growing quite slowly, but this demand may increase substantially once more food companies and retail are actually taking actions to supplying, selling, or serving the cage-free egg products to more and more customers and clients. This means that a steady supply of cage-free eggs will be inevitable. Hence, so therefore, cage-free egg production on a commercial scale and at a competitive pricing will then be a necessity. And thereby a great this is actually offering a good example of a technological implementation as improvement strategy for the agro-industry business in tropical countries, because there is a new system, a very technical system being introduced, and it needs to find its way. So this presentation will further focus on what cage-free housing is, the basics, the background, some agro-technologies that can be found in such systems, and as I said in the beginning, how training and education can play a major role in this. So, in short, there will be many companies converting their systems or building new houses from either the conventional cage or the bedrock cage towards cage-free housing systems. And such cage-free housing systems, they come in many shapes and many variations, but they are often generally divided into two different types of systems. You have the single tier system, where you have only a single elevated deck on which nests are provided, so mechanical nests. I will explain a little bit more further down the presentation. Water is often there provided, the feed can be provided there. And the stocking density of the laying hens in such systems is generally around 9 birds per square meter floor space. The other type of cage-free housing system is the more intensive system with multi-tiers or several decks, or the aviary system, as they also call it. On this aviary system, there are several added living spaces, so up there, which eventually increase the total usable surface for the birds, and thereby the farmer is able to increase the stocking density up to say 18 birds per square meter. So that's the double you could see in a single tier system. But if we take it a step further back to the principles of cage-free housing system, we have to go back to the basic principles of the bird itself. Because in the barren environment of the conventional cage, the hens have by any means no opportunity to perform the natural behaviors like foraging, perching, nesting behaviors, so nest seeking, and the egg laying. And the cage-free housing conditions are actually going back to the behavioral needs of the jungle fowl, where you see an example over here, while meeting the capabilities and the characteristics of the modern laying hen breeds. Because we've been selecting the chickens to be able to lay, say, 300 eggs per year, compared to the 10 to 20 eggs the jungle fowl would do. And also meeting the capabilities and characteristics of the modern laying hen breed while keeping them in large flocks in a very technical and automated environment. So we are actually moving from this picture to this. So you could see there are probably some challenges in there, but in the modern cage-free housing systems, the birds are allowed to freely move around in the environment, so they're not enclosed in cages. So now they are offered the opportunity to be the chicken again, to perform the behaviors they would like to perform.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hirkan, to interrupt, but I think your presentation isn't changed. Can you please?
Still not?
Yeah, still not changed.
What slide do you see?
First slide.
Oh, that's strange because it's changing at my. Still nothing happening?
Yeah, still nothing. Maybe you can close and open it again.
Yeah. I've got nothing else opened. So now you see my introduction. So now you see the second slide with only some text. We now see some pictures.
Unfortunately not. It maybe you can click again the presentation.
But in my screen, I have see your second screen, Mr. Jasper.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do it differently. Now it should go right. Share screen. I only have one screen. Share. Now you all see yourself.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry for that. So yeah, this was a slide where I told you about the developments of companies committing to cage free. Then I said we are moving from the conventional cage to the single tier system or the multi-tier system. And then we are going from the red jungle fowl to the modern hybrids kept in a more mechanical environment. So this is where I was. I was going to camp. So we are now from in a barren environment. The chickens couldn't do anything but eat, drink, and lay their egg just at the place where they were standing. But now we are offering so much space to them and opportunities and facilities that they are able to perform the natural behaviors. But what are those natural behaviors? Well, the most strongly motivated chicken behaviors are foraging, drinking, and laying. And they are performed in a certain sequence throughout the day. So as soon as they wake up, they start foraging, so eating, drinking, also part of foraging behavior, and nest-seeking behavior, laying their hens, and eventually they want to go. And during midday, they will do some dust bathing, and eventually at nighttime or during daytime, they go up in the trees or find a perch up high to do some resting behavior. So if the hens are in a free environment, we should be offering them the opportunities to perform those behaviors. And therein comes another challenge with the mechanical environment we offer them. And why is that? Well, birds naturally live in very small flocks of 2 to 15 birds. This also means they are social animals. So they like to interact with each other. And there are some definitions in there regarding ethology, behavioral science. And one of those is social facilitation. This means that the behavior of the birds is influenced by the behavior of the flock mates. And they are imitating each other, or they want to do behaviors together. This is reinforced by temporal synchrony. So they are jointly performing the same behaviors at the same time, which results in clustering of behaviors. A large group of animals doing the same behaviors at the same time. And all these are also under influence of the diurnal cycle, so the day and night rhythm. You can imagine that's not a real big problem if they're living with 2 or 15 birds together. But if you put 10,000 or 50,000 birds in one single house and they all want to do the same behavior at the same time, you can imagine that, yeah, that can be challenging because you have to offer them all the facilities that they can do the same behavior at the same time. So now going to look at the housing system itself. Because I just told you the needs of the birds. Of course, they need to feed, need water, they need a place to lay their eggs, a place to rest. Obviously, they need light, a substrate for the foraging, and of course, fresh air. So at the bottom, you see some schematic overviews on the left of the multi-tier system, the aviary system. And on the right, you see a single tier or a flat deck system. And the facilities that are offered to the birds are feeding chains or feeding pens that are automatically filled during the day, several times a day. The drinking lines where they can get water, the laying nests. I will give a short. I will just briefly tell you how they work in a minute. Now, of course, they need some perches, the lights. They need to be placed strategically, and the litter on the floor. And very important, of course, they need fresh air, and that is provided if you have a closed house by a ventilation and climate control, of which I will show you some examples as well. So here again, on the right top, you see a schematic overview of the aviary system, and in the big picture, how that looks in practice when you've got some birds in there. So under the system and in the system, is this my laser pointer? Yes. So under the system, in the system, and also in the corridors and pathways and on top of the system, you need to have light. Preferably LED light. LED light that can be dimmed, so at a less high intensity, and they should be able to switch off independently. So it's not on off for all the lights, but you should be able to increase intensity of certain lights, decrease of other lights, or switch some off, some on, in order to manage bird well. And in this system, yet the elevated living spaces, the birds are here standing on sleds that can be either wire sleds or plastic sleds. So when they stand on there, the manure falls through and they fall on PP belts, polypropylene. I don't know exactly the name. These are very wide, very thick, sheeting, which can be run to the back of the system, so you can collect manure during the flock automatically. This arrow is pointing to the feeders. So in this example, you see chain feeders. So this is a trough through which a chain runs, and that is filled in the front of the barn via a hopper. And these feeding chains are run like 4 to 6 times a day, and they are provided at several places in the house. So here in the first tier, at the top tier, you can have a few other feed chains. But as I said earlier, all the different cage-free housing systems come in many shapes and variations. Also where you can find the different types of feeders. Next, typically for the cage-free housing system is the laying nest. And preferably in the larger houses, a mechanical laying nest. What does that mean, a mechanical laying nest or automated laying nest? The birds want to lay their eggs in a nice dark area. So that's why you see the nest flaps in there and why there are no lights in there. The birds enter the nest and they go in here, and now I'm pointing in the diagram on the top right. They lay the egg, and that egg then rolls to the middle. This is an area that the hens cannot access. Sometimes it rolls to the front, and then it's covered and is rolling to a collection belt. And this belt can automatically be run to the front of the house for the packaging. Furthermore, the nests have an expel system. So either the bottom can tilt upwards. So at the end of the day, you want to remove the chickens from the nest so they don't roost in there, because they may smother each other in there, or they may defecate in the nests too much, which will result in dirty eggs. So that's a mechanical system in there, or there can be a sort of a fence in here that also can push out the birds. So that's another mechanical device in the house. The drinker lines are often very close near to the nests. What else do we have? Here was an arrow to another of the manure belts. And then on top of the system, you have the perches where they can perch and rest during daytime and nighttime. And I think there's also one more. Yes, exactly. It's not very good visible down under the system, but here you can have a manure shovel. So there's sort of a shovel that goes back and forth through the house to automatically collect the manure. Here you can see a little bit on the left under the system during the flock. So another way of automatically collecting manure in the house. So we saw this one system example via diagram, but you may also place 3 of those systems in a house. Or if you have a very wide house, even 4, 5, 6, or if you have the ability to double it, you can even place an extra floor on it. This is to give you an example that you can go from that you can use a very narrow house up to very wide houses, and imagine the flock sizes in such houses in the commercial scale.
Mr. Jasper, for time limitation, maybe need 2 minutes more to present it till the end.
2 minutes, okay. Then I will go very quickly through this because I want to finish with one slide. So some technologies used in there are weighing scales for birds, silo, and the feed. Egg counters, sensors for CO2, humidity. We already saw it in the first presentation for the greenhouses, often able to monitor via mobile applications on a computer in front of the house. Egg collection, climate control, very important, of course, in tropical conditions. So I won't go into detail in here. But if you want to use new technology in a new environment, you don't have to reinvent the wheel again, because there's a very nice example. You can use header technology that is already being used all over the world for several decades. And for this, at the colleague University of UGM, Gajah Mada in Yogyakarta, Global Food Partners, which is an international consulting company, University of Applied Sciences, ERIS, and UGM have committed to realizing a cage-free innovation and welfare hub. And actually, in last month, exactly a month ago, there was a groundbreaking ceremony. To finish with that, to stay in time, this is an example where several education and research institutes collaborated together with an independent consulting company, Global Food Partners, who has been the driving force to this, and with stakeholders from the industry, so equipment suppliers, Vencomatic, Traco, Hato, livestock, so Hendrik Genetics, one of the world's leading genetic companies in poultry, health products company, and the food industry, so Accor in Yogyakarta. They've committed to buying the eggs from this cage-free training hub. And the goal of this hub, of this training center, is to train and teach students, staff, and industry and stakeholders, as well as to serve as a model farm for farmers and the industry, and to conduct research at a practical scale. So this is an example how new technologies may find their way by realizing training centers where you can get all stakeholders involved and new farmers and new students to train them in new technologies. Well, I will skip this one. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jasper. This is all of my study. Actually, I'm from plant studies, but this is animal. I haven't known that there's thing to social animal too to describe to create the innovation. Also think about the social animal. That's really my new knowledge for this your presentation. And maybe we are going to the last speaker, maybe from the operator to share the curriculum vitae. Okay, pardon me, I'm sorry. Maybe I would like to call Mr. Febi from the KPP West Java, Indonesia. The time is yours, Mr. Febi.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hani. First of all, I would like to greet our honorable guest, Mr. Arif Jayanto, Dean of IPB's College of Vocational Studies, Mr. Alim Setiawan Slamet, Director of Student Affairs and Career Development, Mrs. Desi Tambayo, Chair of Senate of College of Vocational Studies, IPB University, Ms. Josan Mari, Instructor of ISAT U Leon Campus, Mr. Natalia Ali Buyo, Mr. Dennis Mark Onuigbo, I'm sorry for the misspell, and Mr. Jasper Harkins from the Research and Extension in Sustainable Poultry Production from Aris Hogan School, Drottning. Okay, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Febi Rizali. I'm from the Office of Food Security and Animal Husbandry of West Java Provincial Government. And I would like to apologize that Mr. Ridwan Kamil, our governor, cannot attend this webinar because right now he is performing on Hajj. And I'm here to represent the government, and I'm hoping not to disappoint all of you. The title of my presentation will be, second. Yeah, is it, can you all watch the presentation?
Yes, Mr. Febi, we can see.
Yeah. Okay, the title of my presentation is Role of Agroindustry in Advancing West Java. And for the notes, I will present it in English, but will be mixed with Bahasa Indonesia to prevent misunderstanding. Okay, speak of West Java. West Java is one of 34th province in Indonesia, which have around 35,000 square kilometers area, and which almost 50 million populations, about a fifth of Indonesia population. It means right now we have 50 million mouths to feed. So with the growth of rate of 1.11% annually, population can be problems, but also an opportunity. West Java opportunities, according to Oliver Neiman, an American management consulting firm, there is 10 megatrend tipping points, which are Industry 4.0, digital and data, rise of digital disruptors, smart device and infrastructure, changing balance of economic power, energy revolution, health and wellness, homing, globalization, life science booming. And West Java have it all. West Java is one of investment destination in Asia, have a strong eager to maintain our food security, have a good healthcare infrastructure. We are looking forward to have Industry 4.0. We are developing digital West Java, digital tourism, and promote green economy. If we look at the provincial GDP, from total of 144 billion US dollar, about 9% is originated from agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. And from the second level, food and beverage industries contributes about 5.21% of our regional GDP, in which derive also from agriculture. And next, if we look to the sectoral growth for the big sector in the first quarter of 2020, manufacturing industry is leading with growth of 8.65% year on year, followed with other services with 6.78% growth year on year. And then accommodation, food and beverages with 4.67%. And the last sector of wholesale and retail trade, car and motorcycle repair with 4.51% growth year on year. I'm sorry. Yeah, in agriculture industries, we also promote to use drip irrigation in our farmer. Drip irrigation is one of micro irrigation system that save water and nutrition for crops. The irrigation system drip water slowly to the root area of the crops, and it can be laid on the ground or buried beneath the ground. And this system is also represented by Ms. Next, maybe Fish Finder. Fish Finder is in fisheries industry could increase fish production up to 10 times. With this technology, fishermen could find where the fish is and how topographic of the seabeds and the depth of the sea. Our government, our governor, especially, also promote to use Fish Finder in our fishermen to triple or double fish production in West Java. Okay, and then we have also e-fisheries or automatic smart feeder that can be controlled from afar with smartphone. And with these technologies, fish farmer can adjust their schedule, the time to feed according to the needs of their fish, both time or quantity. Okay. And for the next generation, we have also have petani millennial or millennial farmers. This the program for millennials determining future agricultural progress through innovation and the use of digital technology. With the jargon, live in the rural areas with urban areas income and worldwide business, atau bahasa Indonesianya lebih ke tinggal di desa, kemudian pendapatan kota dan bisnis mendunia seperti itu. And then we have also Tani Hub, one of the startup which initiated by millennials who act as a buyer and off-taker and also can facilitate the farmer to reach bank loan or other financial support. And there's also it is to the support the Petani Millennial program in our government. Okay, and then in 2021 we have graduate 1,200 graduatee from the first wave of Petani Millennial program and has been graduated in IPB campus on 2021. Maybe that's all I can present to you. I'm sorry if there is a lot of misunderstanding. Thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Febi, for showing us the development of agriculture in West Java, Indonesia. Maybe we are going to question and answer sessions. For all participants, if you have question for the speaker, you may raise your hand and turn on your microphone and ask them out loud, or use the chat feature in this Zoom meeting, and I will read your question out loud. Please, anyone? Okay, Lutfi Septia. Okay, for Miss Lutfi Septia, the time is yours, Miss.
Okay, thanks for this change. Okay, I want to ask I want to give a question for the first speaker. Okay, do the plants in greenhouses always grow well, or is there any lack of quality plants, Miss? Thank you.
Okay, so during our training period for a month, some actually plants have a problem. Actually, we have discovered uh, some drip irrigation develop clogging because of uh, the we have one fertilizer that is not allowed to be imported from Korea to, so I think it was a potassium nitrate. It was imported here. Therefore, we took the alternative to use NPK, the nitrogen phosphorus potassium here in the Philippines, that we call 14 as we call it. So we took it as as the fertilizer. So when we use that NPK instead of the potassium nitrate, develop clogging because the fertilizer is not appropriate or designed or should be used in hydroponic for soil. It should be for soil. So that is why that's one problem, the use of fertilizer. So that's it. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss, for your answer.
Okay, any more question, Luffy, or is it enough?
Yes, I think it is enough.
Okay, for the next question, anyone? From Prasetyo Budi Setio. Given
Okay,
the chance
thank
for
you
you,
for
Prasetyo.
the time. I have question for the first speaker. With IoT system, can small-scale farm use the system, and whether such use can affect the calculation of cost? Thank you.
Okay. Actually, of course, the project, the smart greenhouse, is funded both by the Korean government and the Philippine government. So if we look at it in this time's perspective, of course, small farmers cannot afford it because we all know technology is expensive, right? So actually, the government here, resorts to somewhat you should maybe the solution there is for these farmers to create cooperative so that uh, they are cooperative so that they can have the money to produce. But for the situation now, I think it's still for the smart greenhouse is still uh, a problem when in terms of money or the cost of construction especially. So maybe not this time because our economy is also not good. So maybe if the government will provide, uh, if the farmers will form a cooperative, then they will if the government has money, then if it will be actually manageable, but not today, not today because of the funding problems. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss, for the answer.
Okay, we have another speaker here, maybe from another participant who have some question for another speaker except Miss Mary, please. For your information, our discussion session is about 30 minutes, so we will up to 30 minutes now, maybe for 4 p.m. if in Indonesia. And for audience or for participants who have the question, please share your question from turn on your audio, or you may also chat in the chat Zoom. Anyone else? Maybe because so many knowledge, so many information on knowledge, till the participant confused how to ask the question. Is it right? Anyone here?
Yeah,
No
okay,
one
I have
else?
a question actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Suhendi.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I have a question to Mr. Fabian also. I think it's related with Mr. Jasper. Okay, the first my question to Mr. Fabi, how about the level production of like petani millennia and also the farmer related in West Java? How about the level production? Is it enough for the to support the food consumption in Indonesia or in West Java? And also to Mr. Jasper, I have a question. Several days ago, I hear that the Netherlands government has a regulation, give instruction to the farmer to decrease level production. Actually, I want to know more. What is the main issue? Why the Netherlands government give instruction to the farmer to decrease the level production? Okay, I think that's all my question. Thank you.
So, thank you for your questions.
Yeah.
So, if I understood you well, you want to know if cage-free egg production could supply enough eggs for the total egg consumption in Indonesia. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
So you wanted to know if it's feasible that cage-free egg production could supply in all eggs for Indonesia?
Not really. I want to know more about why the Netherlands government give instruction to the farmer to decrease the level of production. I hear about this issue several days ago.
Yes. Okay. I thought you had two questions that you wanted to know why.
Yeah.
So the second part, yes. So why the Netherlands, the Dutch government wants to decrease the whole livestock is because of nitrogen deposition in the nature reserves. So when keeping livestock, there's nitrogen coming from the barns, and it's coming down into the nature reserves, and thereby suffocating plants and bringing down biodiversity, etc. And therefore they want to decrease the livestock mainly, and some of the agricultural world, and some in transport, just to lower the nitrogen coming in the environment. So there's also because, well, we are, I don't know if you know how small the Netherlands are, but we are just like mini tiny, and we're like the second largest agricultural export country in the world. So we produce a lot of agricultural products on a very small surface because we're really good at it and very efficient. But yes, that also comes at a price. And that's why the Dutch government decided that we should do something about that. but that probably is less of an issue if you've got a country the size of Indonesia.
Okay, I think a good answer.
Maybe the second question is for me, right, Mr. Irawan?
Yeah, it's true.
I'll try to answer. First, you are asking about the production from petani milenial, right? And then how the production of our farmer is it meet our kebutuhan, our needs or not? Is it right?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to show you one slide. This is the prognosis of food production and supplies and demand from strategic food crops in 2020 from 11, maybe 14, sorry, 14 strategic foods in West Java. There is four strategic food that is deficit from to meet our needs like that. It is kedelai, kemudian cabai rawit, kemudian beef, and then sugar. From our production, there are 50 seperti yang telah saya sampaikan sebelumnya begitu ya. We have 50 million mouths to feed, dan Jawa Barat merupakan daerah konsumen gitu, meskipun kita surplus di beberapa komoditas, tapi kita juga masih kekurangan di 4 komoditas strategis ini. Nah, sebetulnya untuk program petani milenial ini diharapkan bisa mempersempit gap antara petani-petani kita, di mana umur petani kita mayoritas itu sudah berumur lebih dari 45 tahun gitu. Nah, sehingga produktivitasnya mungkin sedikit lebih rendah dibanding yang muda. Nah, program ini kita ingin meregenerasi petani, khususnya petani milenial yang ada di Jawa Barat, untuk mempersempit gap tersebut gitu. Nah, tentu saja ini sangat banyak tantangan dan juga permasalahan yang harus kita hadapi di dalam petani milenial. Tapi intinya kita terus mendorong teman-teman petani milenial untuk bisa berproduksi sesuai dengan sesuai dengan kemampuan mereka masing-masing, seperti itu. Dan kita pun di sini untuk semua petani milenial kita berikan berbagai support, baik itu finansial, kemudian pendidikan, pengetahuan, dan juga channeling gitu pada investor. Mungkin seperti itu, Mr. Irawan.
Yeah, thank you for the answer.
Okay, we still have 15 minutes more to discuss these sessions. If you would like to ask again for the participant, you may ask from the chat or from directly to turn on your audio. Anyone else? We are, okay, this is from once more, from Prasetya Budi. Okay, Prasetya Budi, I would like to ask our speaker, what is your advice for students as the young generation to appreciate and love agriculture from early age, and how can we be more interested in technology? Maybe this is for all the speakers who want to give any advice for the young generation, exactly. Maybe from the first speaker who wanna give advice, maybe from Miss Marie first.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. As also a from the younger generation, because I'm still 25 years old. Well, my advice to you would be, appreciate agriculture, because that's where our food comes from, right? Without agriculture, we are nothing. I believe that. Because, food is a uh, primary necessity for everyone. So, and also, how you can be more interested in technology, of course. Um, Technology is, uh, you'll be really interested if you learn how to use the certain technology. Okay. Uh, so, in our time right now, as also the farmers in the Philippines or even around the globe, the farmers are getting the average age of the farmers is older, right? So, as a from the younger generation, some although not everyone, but some young people doesn't want to engage in agriculture. So, the the number of people or students who engage in agriculture is becoming less also. So we have to embrace technology, because we have less laborers or farm workers already, because there are less people engaging in agriculture. So we have to embrace technology. It's a, you have to have a positive mindset towards technology in agriculture, especially. Okay, because it will help us, every one of us, in the near future and even in the future, far future. Okay, because food is basic, very basic necessity. So you have to embrace agriculture and be proud that you're in an agriculture student. You're in agriculture. Okay, you feed the world. Remember that you feed the world. Okay, that's it for my advice.
Okay, maybe the next for Dr. Nathaniel for your advisor for young generations.
Thank you. I like the tagline of the last presenter, because it says there that there, even if you're stay in the rural areas, there is still opportunities to earn income, and even to go opportunities to go outside, meaning you go in there are a lot of opportunities international. So uh, for the youngs, really, previously there was a challenge because most of our students, young students, are now more on the techie. They are more inclined with the technologies. But I think bringing the technologies now in the agriculture sector is the way to do it, making the work more faster, more attractive to the young ones. Okay, so we can now automate the agriculture sectors, and therefore the usual tragedy or the hard work in the agriculture sector are no more. So I think by bringing all these technologies in the agriculture, then we could make agriculture a fun, enjoyable to our young people, and they will be able to engage. And there is money in agriculture, and there is a lot of opportunities wherein they could really make their minds, okay, to solve the problems in agriculture. So let's bring all the young minds from our students in the agriculture sectors, and we can transform, really making the agriculture more productive and enjoyable to everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. For maybe about Mr. Dennis, what about you?
I think that's a very good question. The motivation for the younger generation. When you look at it economically, you discover that the worthiest place to be is any sector that has a high demand. And agriculture is one of them. So almost everyone in, I'll say everyone actually needs agricultural products or inputs. Everyone, except there are people who don't eat in this place. You will definitely demand something from agriculture somehow or the other. So what does this mean economically? If there is high demand for any sector, then be rest assured that you cannot lack in that sector. So whatever you produce, you will definitely find a buyer. Okay, even not in your area, you can sell it outside your area. There are people looking for it. Hunger is one of the terrible things around the world, and people require food every day, 3 times mostly in a day. So there is no day anyone will say, okay, I don't want anything to do with food for 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. It's not possible. So there is always demand for agriculture. So you cannot lack when you go into agriculture. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Maybe this question comes from because of the problem, our number of young student or young generation who love to agriculture is more decreased day by day, something like that. Maybe this the question come from it. And the next maybe from Mr. Jasper. How about you, Mr. Jasper? What the advice for the young generation?
So yes, most is I guess already said by because yes, we will need food. Yes, that's quite obvious. But yeah, agrotechnology is always developing. I wanted to write down in the chat. It's becoming more sexy. Oh, you have to make it more sexy for the new students. There are a lot of technology developments. It's not so basic, straightforward, only working hard on the land, being with manure animals or dirt or whatsoever anymore. No, there's smart technology, there are sensors, there is big electrical equipment, there's very small specific technologies involved in there. So it's not so basic and straightforward anymore. There's a role for everyone in the agricultural world, also for the economists. And as I said in the chat, you can contribute to your local environment, to your community, but also there are lots of international opportunities if you want to go study abroad or work for a company that acts internationally. So yeah, the world of agriculture is really big, it's always developing. So yeah, there will always be a future in agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Jasper. And with the last one from Mr. Febi, maybe from your program to enhance more young generation to join your program. Yes.
Okay. As our founding father, Insinyur Soekarno, our first president, have said that food is about life and death of a nation, right? And if we see the Maslow pyramid of needs, psychological needs, or including food, is the most basic need for us. So, and as we know, in the middle of COVID pandemic, agricultural sector is the only sector that still have a positive economic growth. So, menjadi petani itu keren. To be a farmer is very cool. So why don't we be a farmer? Maybe that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is for varsity of the speaker. You want to ask the advice, already given you advice. Maybe that's hopefully that will be good for all the young generation. This maybe not exactly. And actually, there is one question again in the chat Zoom, but Mr. Jasper already answered the question. Would you like to explain more, Mr. Jasper, or is it enough in the chat Zoom? There is one question again from Alicia, yeah, about why Netherlands prefer to free cage, not on closed cage. Then how about the climate?
So yeah, indeed the question was why the Netherlands prefer cage-free production. Yeah, well, in basic, especially the barren cage or the battery cage or the conventional cage is not allowed anymore since 2012 in the EU. So in Europe, so we're not allowed to keep the birds in the conventional cages anymore. And we still do have, and we had enriched cages, or we still have colony cages. They still exist, and those farms produce eggs for the eggs that are used in products, so for the shampoos or in sauces like mayonnaise, etc. But the retail, so all the supermarkets and many other companies all said we don't want to use caged eggs anymore. So it's a bit driven by law as well as by all the companies that decide not to sell or use caged eggs. Therefore, the majority of the hens in the Netherlands are kept in cage-free systems. And then there was also a question about the climate. Well, and we have quite a good climate in the Netherlands to keep poultry. So our winters are not super cold. Our summers are not steaming hot. So that makes climate less of a challenge. But still, you need a good climate equipment. So you have to control your incoming air, outgoing air, and thereby you can control your climate regarding humidity, temperature, CO2 levels. Well, we've got quite a few good companies and advisors and experts around that are perfectly in doing well in advising other companies how to run their farms. And that technology and that knowledge is also finding its way outside of the Netherlands, of course, because all those companies sell their systems and their knowledge and their expertise to whoever wants to know it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jasper. I hope for Alicia, all the answer from Mr. Jasper that include all your questions. And for the Luffy, because of this our limitation, maybe I cannot give you opportunity to ask again. Hopefully, forgive me. Now we are at the end of our sessions, and I will ask for all speaker give a final statement or closing statement for this webinar before we are closing the sessions. Should I mention one by one, or any from the speaker would come first to give the closing statement? So from me first. I will call from the first. Maybe I would like to call from the end speaker, Mr. Febi, for the closing statement for this webinar.
Closing statement, or maybe very hard to me, but I will try to make a statement. Like I said before, menjadi petani itu keren. Being a farmer is very cool. Kemudian hidup dan matinya suatu bangsa itu adalah di tangan petani kita. Sehingga mari kita bangkitkan pertanian di Jawa Barat khususnya dan Indonesia secara umum. Mungkin seperti itu, Mbak Heni. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Febri. And for the next, for Mr. Dennis, for your closing statement, any advice or any more to conclude your presentation? The time is yours, Mr. Dennis.
All right, thank you very much. I want to use this opportunity to, first of all, also appreciate you guys for this program. I hope it will continue in the nearest future. And programs like this help to impart the seed, the need, the interest for agricultural development. And this is very important in our world today, where most people are looking at different things other than farming. Most people think farming is for the poor. Most people think farming is for the dirty. No, we must begin to rethink agriculture in a smart way. You can apply the knowledge you have in technology to agricultural development, especially in the tropics and developing country. This is one important value. This is one important commodity. This is one important foreign exchange earner we have, especially in the tropics. If we can develop our agriculture, then every other thing can exchange for it. We can have our agriculture being exchanged for those technologies. So the money is not the paper. The money is in the production. The money is in the productivity. Okay, so I want to thank also especially for Mr. Doni, who has been chasing me up to join this program. I really enjoyed it, and to all of you, Henny and the rest of them, and to all the professors and invited guests, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. And for the next, for Dr. Nathaniel, the moment pass over you, Mr.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me here and be part of this summer course. Okay, so at the onset, I would like to congratulate you, and I hope that this program will continue in the future. It's a very important, okay, as you nurture the young to become more inclined to agriculture. So as mentioned earlier, agriculture is the one of the biggest industry that we have. We just need to bring in the technologies in the farm, transforming the usual agriculture setting by making it more sexy, as mentioned by I forgot the name. Making it more sexy and more attractive and enjoyable to our young people. Actually, my young kid is very fond of pursuing agriculture. He wants to become a researcher, so I always ask him to go to engineering, but he always want to become agriculture. So he really loved to plant. Okay, so I think by introducing or inculcating to our people, okay, the culture, how we really make agriculture more fun to them. It's a way that we could really change the mindset of these people. So we can harness this by bringing the industry 4.0 in the agriculture sector. So there is a lot of promise and in here. We can make the agriculture productive to feed the people. Okay, we need a lot of people really to work on this because as mentioned, we really need food and we need people, okay, to make the agriculture sector productive. And with this program, I know we are developing a lot of potential agriculturists, okay, a partner in transforming our country, okay, to become progressive because we are an agriculture country as then we can develop through agriculture. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nathaniel. And now we want to hear a final statement from Miss Mary. The time is yours, Miss.
Thank you. So, of course, I would like to take this opportunity to thank IPB University for inviting me to be the one of the speakers. And although it's my first time, that is why I'm still a little nervous. Anyway, I hope this will be a start for everybody. You know, I'm not the start, but I continue. We discuss new technologies, use technologies in agriculture, especially for the students, you know, because we really need step up our game in agriculture and producing our food for everybody, for the world. Okay, so that's thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Mary. And the last one, we want to hear final statement from Mr. Jasper. The time is yours, Mr.
Yes, well, thank you. And first of all, I would like to also start with thanking you for the invitation to speak during this webinar. It's been my pleasure and my honor to do so. And my final statement, yeah, most of it is already covered again by the previous speakers. Agriculture will forever play an essential role in feeding the world. The new technologies there are a necessity, but also a good advertisement of how attractive and this sector is. For there's a role for everyone in the agricultural world, from production side to development side to research, education, locally, internationally. So there's a role for everyone in the agricultural world. And we have to make sure that we keep on developing. And yeah, you don't have to do that on your own, not as a person, not as an institute. Always try to seek for collaborations, because together you will act stronger than if you want to do it on your own. And find collaborations locally, find collaborations nationally, but also look for collaborations internationally. I think that way you stay up to date. You can challenge the challenges that we are facing nowadays, and thereby continue feeding the world. I think that was my final statement.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers who have given the final statement. Now, for all the participants, please give a good reaction, big applause or love from your teacher in Zoom for our great speaker this minute today. Okay, at the end of this session, for your information in the chat Zoom, there is a link for all the participants who want to have the certificate. Please fill the form and you will get the certificate then. And for the final decisions, I would like to ask, pardon me please if I have made a mistake. And thank you very much for all the speaker and for the participant who have give a good reaction or participate in this session. And now I will give back to Ms. Ira Rismaya Sari for the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much for all.
Yeah. Miss Annie, thank you so much for leading the sessions. And of course to Engineer Perasal, Dr. Ali Boyog, Mr. Onigo, Dr. Irkens, and Mr. Febi for your willingness to participate in this event. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all what we've got for you here today. We hope you gain knowledge and information from the presentations. Thank you as well to participants for the active participation. I kindly invite you to give a big applause for us all. Yay. All right, to end up, on behalf of College of Vocational Studies of IPB University, thank you again to you all for joining us today. Stay healthy and have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Okay. Thank you for all. See you again in another event.
Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Terus berpacu dalam keunggulan, lincah pembelajar untuk kehidupan. Inilah semangat baru, tekad raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kampus terbaik, inspirasi, tebarkan harapan. Kampus terbaik, inovasi, wujudkan impian. Kampus terbaik, integritas, kuatkan tujuan. Kampus terbaik, beri terbaik untuk negeri, untuk dunia, umat manusia dan alam semesta. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Kita raih kesempatan, wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah. Mari bersama hadirkan masa depan dalam langkah dan pikiran agar selalu terdepan, berbekal ilmu dan jiwa pengabdian. Deras arus zaman takkan tertahan, majulah melangkah, oh majulah. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya. Wujudkan kampus terbaik selamanya.
Recording stopped.